But that's it.
Rent abeye how kesi amaya. Se maybe your sam papa say was it here 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. Yeah, was a ban share rent control for no more.
The rent control situation in Ghana is there, with landlords disregarding the law and demanding exorbitant rent advances from tenants. Despite the Rent Control Act stipulating that landlords cannot demand more than 6 months' rent in advance, many are requesting 1 to 2 years' rent upfront, making renting unaffordable for many Ghanaians. The Rent Act of 1963 clearly states that any landlord demanding more than 6 months' rent in advance is guilty of an offense and liable to a fine or imprisonment. However, this law is rarely enforced, and landlords continue to exploit tenants. To address this issue, the government must take decisive action to enforce the law and provide affordable housing options for Ghanaians.
Okay, concerning rent control now, Mubisa said, I was say rent control for say you bet rent 6 months. And I was say 2 years, 3 years.
I think say, any opportunity be our most say a bit my show with the chinchon on way. Because I quite some money on mercy on Modan.
The meditum senka 6 months in Kaye. Kayen Kabe Bow, a beboa.
As I say, a bino and shell mano. I might if what for no year don't pay. So, Ubi Jumasa 1 year. Now, what one now if you are baby giving him. So, 1 pinya, better no one to qua, Ubi 2.
Imam the officer, my drink say rent abeye how kesi amaya. Se maybe your sam papa say was it here 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. There was a ban share rent control for no more.
Because I quite some money on mercy on Modan. They build it themselves. So for them to focus on the law or follow the laws, no, unless like it be a government bill more.
It's over 2 years. Ubeka iska we go 2 years ni bedru no osaje says god this can be aka ho esaje iska foforo
Also, if you don't tune into na say we there utumi comply with omomu rules and regulations.
Because I have me rent shop aboarding. I feel now pesca kwa no meguma unya.
Saban Bema, no the share be Bema, on the bit my force so my because Ubi Albeka say, or not in the Sikapon report as silly dances today. One of Babel rent the untimension in Mra on your fuel.
Think I'm a fee senka 6 months monkey. The abaya me sanke pa.
And there's a ban and says, I buy no at me and force on my education out. Now, Obi who say, oh, see net here.
What I say, Oko be much what I saw her. And then I would them Oko 1 month, which 1 month. Oko.
I just say, I buying quite a 2 or more with me. Any of my Ashisha Hamai.
Okay, 6 months in there, I will hold it up.
Almost I'm right there, what about Omundiso? Hey, they have power. Everywhere be over Africa, like including the Ghana, Oba Oman Numa, a buying Shishay, and the idea on the womb, a senior Wawsika Kita.
Say, a bunny say, Ubikwa, about Letis Amrana. Say, you call Porta, and say, a buying to me, Sanapakun, or to me, Chinasun. But, Janice idea, Sana, you bet Massa, Canina, Ababe renty.
I have only 2 years. I want to be behind them. Behind them, Canada said you would talk and part to my cry as him.
And so much maybe before my number boy. As a banner, I also go her, so rent, but sick and soon for 2 years. And also I try to look at 1 year crop for our sister and your possible.
Fear for ni be yes, sir. Fear be or her. Or no 6 months in the other corner, my or babu.
And see, I buy no been on your phone. Your education now will be anti say enet here. And no 1 year. And no 6 months. Say, a 1 month. You pay as you go. Say, ucha this month and next month, there's one with you.
And to say, here pass a buying shena or my rent control, so I will cost money. Now, ucha rent.
This is now 2 years in our carbon. So, homes one now come out pressure be brave.
ɔno ɔbɛka kyerɛ sɛ rent control nyɛ ɔno na esi ne dan anaasɛ ɔkɔtɔ ne wei maa ne sɛ ɔmfa nyɛ ne dan nti 6 months na ɔnyɛ.
Sɛ efi 1% tu a wowɔ kwan sɛ wokɔ report no.
Pay as you go, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months.
Nti na ɔmo tumi bibi saa ɛbɛboa definitely like it will help
deɛ ɔbɛgye ayɛ 2 years no but ɛno so ɛha adwen.
Na ɛsɛ ɔmo sɛti beebi a wobɛka kɔ report na ɔmo tumi yɛ follow up.
Hardly maximum 6 months. Yɛne bɛgye ho meda mo ase.
Mede ɔmo gye ne 6 months na nka mepɛ paa.
Ɛkyɛke sɛ deɛ ɛbɛka no ɛyɛ saa anaasɛ ɛnyɛ saa. Sɛ saa education no kɔ out a gyiri sɛ biribi abɛsesa.
So me won't say yes it's school dan no more na nkrani because me by we secondary school me won't say education is very good because double track na koba
first HS na do ne France MPP de buy metima ka say ebeboai me ametia say union mo 3 na benefit you e benen kini frank beto ba say nka enye possible so metima dey akubi.
My opinion is say it's not helping because time I read JSS, it's like we went to SHS for only 3 years. And that double tracking way no mudiabane is wasting the time of microphone muko school.
Yes, I can't there because akola no betena fie so wo maybe me ni sika mesanda man so fan ko classes a wo ko chinchin ebia na akofa nyinsan aba nti se ye hwe de a enye maye
nti ma we extra classes man so still I mean say the performance in nya kra nti aboa yen a ofo bi mu a yen ni star aboa yen so ese ma government wa ba fufu we school dan more na etimeboa me hwe no na betimi aboa yen
because me to me fie nye me buja me okwa ho ka be dins betimi e dey support for some crowd 3 yeah say ba kwa wie the twins the last twins my brothers omo last year omo second year
E we still on time because we dey two calculation mo say who go school 3 years maybe wa ko sua ejuma na wa ko ye bibia aka ho a wo be go school ni e break you na on and off it's not nice I yes as far e trim kola no omo like omo education no ade omo sua na twi ekọ echire
nti on hwe bibi no onye maye na ebu o ho asa 6 million 8 million ye ni sika ba wa ko tia
e no mo didi so didi ni nya pra for ye one way food kakra
FSHS no ebeboai yo ka se FSHS ama bo bia no se bi na onim de worker to me there ebeboa me ti de metima ka afa free SHS no ho kakra na metima ka
ti say ever ni say wa ko class na ya che wa dey say then they break you the next semester na wa be fie wo be da kai bi mo baba ka wo be da kai na ye chere wo no
obu o ho a onye juma but esa se free education to the back or 2 but esa betena fie be say 3 months na e ha adwen pa e ha adwen
and sometimes no so course so a subject na akra no koye no so a o ma oto ho nyama ade ni e free na ade na esa to ho nyama nti me so hwe esa government no hwe ho
double track no ebwai treasure akra go no esi so ba fie a person osua de no betima tena fie esua de kakra bi ni fie o se bi obetima fa teacher man na say ba fa extra we man obetima de o bi a classes na de but akra serious that was what pay bibia ye no ono betimi so atena fie esua de 1 to be in case de no school no ya ono ba fie betena fie no once betima ye no small access of we bi a beboa no
nti no me who say double tracking is not helping at all.
nti esre na abai no hwe ho no onye bibi maye ene esre
so government ya ba no so be sese mu de no sese mu yema ye ya na de aba mu na so on so hihye hye ma ye school dan no si na dodo ma ye wudu ane ne subject bi omo ye bia no na hu say okay so all bad ye okuta 1000 na okuta 1000 na otiam for na ni food ana ni baby sa eno beboa nyama de omo sese ni so anya krakra omo sese mu beboa education is very poor cry before we this blessed 2 years 3 years no one more performance na nya
ana obu so am betima fa extra teacher na bibi sa ama ne ba ofie for classes
Yeah. And so we must do some more. The other be a crown was to 3 years and we used to.
Double track now. Why? A crazy serious no. So previous no. Obetuma traffic asua de abra. Says over traffic 3 months you, over traffic 4 months, over traffic 5 months you.
Now we're about 6 months, 3 months, no be free anyway. About grown
presentations actually feed into the very first presentation I made, and it clearly shows the connections and the understanding that together we understand the situation and the problems of this country. What is left is a resolve to come together and to fix it. Implementation is the challenge, but we can only implement as a government if we get the buy-in of the citizens. What I would like to say is that beginning 11th of March, the government will introduce the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. Most of the concerns you've raised, you'll begin to see them in the budget. But don't leave the government alone. We call on you to support the government in educating the public, for the public to understand that the time has come for us to reset and reform the economy. We got to do this together. And so clearly, what I can say is most striking to me, particularly sitting there quietly, is the interconnectedness between the macro group to the private sector to infrastructure to all the other sectors, even to the governance and the corruption subsector, the need for us to do major reforms. And so the solution is there. We know the problems. We know what we have to do to resolve the problems. Let's start the implementation. Wow. And so I will wait for the communique. Then so together, I can use the communique as my Bible going into the preparation of the budget and to make recommendations to Cabinet for adoption and approval. Wonderful for us to input in.
Noxious E-Levy in the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious E-Levy.
I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
My brothers and sisters, it is with tremendous humility that I accept this clear mandate that you, the good people of Ghana, have given me to lead this great nation as your next president.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Asamparabo 24-hour economy.
Yeah, 1 month of our president, President John Mahama's in office. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. It's good that we have a change, and the whole Ghana is becoming green. We got the country now for the 8 good years past. We are in a cage, like how the food Ghanaians in cage. As if I could, like our former MP, Kennedy Ajapon said it, Ghanaians in a cage. So we are in a cage through. So that very day, the Ghana become green.
Me who say, young papa no, or your jiphobia or soon on a nipa or during nipa. Essence so be or during nipa hono, or no so ya dear, on tia nipa fa who this so. Dear how no mauka, you are who dear how now say abuau.
His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, signed the social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach, improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Jam is the hope we need. He's the hope. He's the hope for Ghana.
His 120-day social contract encompasses 26 key initiatives. These include economic reforms, governance standards, prudent expenditure, justice and compensation, policy reviews including education, and the fight against corruption.
As for recovering any loot, it must be on top of the agenda of any government, because corruption bites so hard. This work that I do, the fact that people amass so much wealth and deprive others, that is why we get the kinds of vulnerabilities we see. The link is so direct that if you don't deal with looted items, corruption, you are going nowhere. So we agree with Oral. The Attorney General's Department has specific instruction. I expect the Attorney General to make sure Oral keeps within its legal mandate. Okay, I disagree with people who say it's not constitutional. I disagree. I think that even here, people can come here and report that crimes have happened to them in their homes. Then we take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information. Okay, so the most important thing is that Oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things, because they will apply the law. Okay, so just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayene, whom many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. And as we speak, we are under an IMF program, so it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time, and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsday.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so, and because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff, and within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought into fire thermal plants. And so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and he's going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to, coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27% women representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he's pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire because he values the contribution of women. If you go to the Vice President's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think it has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the Vice President herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country, and it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. The initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive. Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
I think the first month of Mama's appointment, I can see his consistency of what he says from campaign till now. That what he's going, the number of ministers he's going to have maintained, and then how he's going to run the country. You can see the setup that is on course.
I believe his appointment is one way to show that he's really serious about the country, because I believe he's giving the youth a chance. Because when you word appointment, you can realize, oh, okay, the names, the age range is futuristic. So I believe it's positive.
So far, in terms of their age, perfect. The only thing that I hope that the age will go with competence. You see, it is not always the case that the mere fact that the person is young will be able to perform. We have very young ones who don't know their left from right, just like adults or elderly people who do not know their left from right. So being young is one thing, and being or having the ability to perform is another thing. It's a good thing. Elsewhere, young ones are made to learn at tender age from people who are occupying positions. It does not seem to be the case here. We need to learn, and I believe that those that have been given the opportunity must take a cue to encourage future appointors.
I mean, the appointees are also quite young, which is a good thing, but they're not really young and not informed, because most of them are persons who had worked in the previous administration, and so they have some knowledge that they bring to the table or to the positions. To the extent that they are mostly young, it's also very revealing. I mean, look at the Asante Regional Minister. He has 34 years. The guy has used a lot of wisdom and he speaks well. I think people like that, if they are practical enough, just as they are knowledgeable, we would go far.
President Obama was fully aware of the task ahead. You could see, of course, that having taken power, you see more than you could see when you were in opposition. But he's been very, very clear that you don't need a legion of ministers to get the job done. And when he inaugurated the third batch of ministers, he made it clear that there's no correlation between a large government and delivery, because we saw it in the previous administration. At some point we had 125 ministers, and yet that was a period where some of the biggest problems this country has ever faced in all sectors occurred.
The agenda to reset Ghana is on course. Committees in charge of reviewing the constitution, education, assessing the state of the economy, investigating election-related killings, and the implementation of other flagship programs have begun work.
For me, I think the consultative approach is very important. You need to engage, you need to listen, and then try and go through the information, try to process the information you receive, and then consult your internal management and see how you further engage. So for me, it's a positive step. I remember the case of Senchi, for instance. I was in the helm of Senchi with Dr. Joabe and all the key people, the governors of the Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, Honorable Sepepe, and the Vice President, of course, he championed, may his soul rest in peace. So I think this is, for me, a step in the right direction.
I think it's very smart, okay? A ruler, a governor who is consultative is likely to pick off the best heads. So I really like the consultative approach that he's bringing to governance, issues around the economy, education, the Constitutional Review Committee, and so on and so forth. And so that approach to me is a very good one. The only thing you need to make sure is that these committees do not turn into conumtees.
This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office.
The 120-day social contract remains a huge task. President Mahama needs the buy-in of Ghanaians. That will depend on the guarantees from his actions.
Them is the hope we need. He's the hope. He's the hope for Mother Ghana.
Amen. Via some markets.
on your airwaves and on your screens to give you a coverage of the 2025 budget reading from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesil Atoforsen. In studios with me is Esinam and Miss Deborah.
Debbie.
Before we head into the listening of the budget by the minister, we are going to look at some of the things that the president promised us in his first 120 days in office, and then we see if he's been able to implement some of those things. And one of those things that people are really looking forward to are the taxes, what we call the nuisance taxes, which, you know, today will be the day that could determine whether it will be scrapped, as the president said, or it won't be scrapped. But do you think that scrapping these taxes is going to help us? Because, I mean, this is a revenue generation tax. And we know that every economy is built on the backbone of taxes. So if you are scrapping these taxes, how is that going to have a positive influence on the economy?
It will definitely have a positive influence.
In what ways?
It will. You see, we are in a country where introducing new tax has become the new normal, where they say they use it in generating revenues for the country. But you and I will agree to the fact that at the end of the day, we still go to IMF for support. So scrapping the e-levy will help. Scrapping the e-levy and the betting tax is not going to drain the economy. Already the economy is already in shambles. So I believe that they have policies or measures put in place that even if these taxes are being scrapped, there will be measures that will be put in place to generate revenues from other sectors.
You know what?
For the country.
Let me play with my producer to, if he can help me get the figures for the monies we generate from these taxes. The betting tax, the e-levy, and then which other one are we looking at?
I think we have a lot of taxes.
But the nuisance ones are the betting and the so please, producer, if you can really help me with these figures, I'll be very glad. How much we generate from it annually, then we see how it's going to affect the economy. Because I believe that scrapping these taxes is going to have a punch,
a very big one,
in our economy
and our revenue as a government.
Yeah. Or is it that they are scrapping these taxes to introduce new taxes? Is that it? They are scrapping these ones to introduce new ones?
Definitely, in a way, they might, but I don't think it will affect us that much like this e-levy tax.
Well, that is what people are hoping for, that they are not saying that they are scrapping these levies and then they'll bring in a new one.
Yeah, I've actually heard them
because
say
if you are going to bring in a new one, then please, we like the e-levy like that.
But listen, even getting taxes from these, getting revenue from these taxes, we are still drained as a country.
Yeah.
And taking them away,
we will survive.
It's not about survival.
But how were we surviving before the e-levy came?
Without the e-levy, we were still surviving.
Let's say the e-levy itself was a substitute for the road tolls, right?
Yes.
Now, the e-levy was supposed to generate about 60 billion. Do you know how much it generated?
How much?
6 billion. So the projected figure wasn't. We couldn't get the projected figure.
Okay, so we didn't get the figure we aimed to get. Yeah. So the ones we got, what did we use it for?
I think going forward, that's one of the things that we need to be looking at. or questioning the government from these taxes that you think, what is it being used for? We know that, which one is it? There was a particular tax that I know it goes into get fund or something. So if they can, apportionate all these ones for us, that okay, this tax is used for this is used for that, I think it will make sense to the ordinary Ghanaian, where that even paying it won't be a challenge or a complaint to you, because you know that okay, if I'm paying this, it's going to build a hospital for me, it's going to build a classroom for me. But you just take these taxes and we don't know what they are being used for.
Yeah. But in the previous government, before they introduced the E-Levy, did they tell us why they introduced the E-Levy and
I think they did.
They said that the E-Levy was going to boost our economy, our revenue,
That's
because the money they projected was big.
Very big.
Yes, so the financial expertise under the government then projected that the E-Levy will generate about 60 billion for us.
The country.
And if we are getting 60 billion, that's
huge.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
So all these one, what were those money used for?
Were we able to hit that target?
Okay, we weren't able to hit that target.
Exactly.
But the little we got,
that is 6.8 billion Ghana cedis. That was what the professor said.
Wow.
And with that one, so it's still like a little
that money
which can be used for something, but we didn't see it.
Well, we have a cathedral.
We know which cathedral
you do, or you have a lagoon.
Okay, we have a.
Or you have a lagoon.
If that cathedral was to be fully completed without commissioning, it wouldn't even be a problem, because at least they built something.
Yeah.
But the National Cathedral is now the world's most largest swimming pool.
Yeah.
That way you can travel all over the country and then go there to have your peace of mind.
Let's just hope. But aside that, we also heard them talk about what are some of the things that they promised us.
So, for 120-day social contract, the first one, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval.
Well, I think he's been able to achieve that.
Have you seen him do that? Has he been able to achieve that?
He did. That was the time he appointed his ministers and staffs.
Yeah,
so I feel like the first 14 days he did appointed them.
So the second one, constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in my first 90 days in office. Leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic.
60 ministers.
60 ministers.
30 presidential staffers.
Yeah.
Has it been the leanest?
I think it has been as compared to the previous government.
Okay.
The previous government, I think they had 200 and
something. Yeah.
They had a lot. They had about 120.
But he himself promised that
ministers
he's
and then
going to appoint less people.
Yeah.
So he did.
Okay. But with the efficiency. How efficient have they been so far? Very much.
They've just resumed office.
Oh,
so
see. These people are enjoying much more honeymoon than they should.
Oh, they are no longer in their honeymoon stage.
Okay. So do you think that... let's look at the various sectors. Energy sector. Road. Education.
Okay. So they came
Health.
out with okay.
How has it been?
So they came up with a policy with the education that they were going to reform it again.
Okay.
Now, with the health, he going out there to collaborate with the Christian Council to support him with 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. Was it dollars? $1.7 billion to be able to complete the Agenda 111. I think that's an effort he has shown.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, what again? With regards to the Galamsey issues, that they'll be
The Minister
seizing
for
the
Land,
excavators. I think that's an effort.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the energy sector, they said they are putting measures in place to ensure that they restore energy sector. Although they've be a debt that we are supposed to pay. I mean, the previous government has left behind, and it's actually making their work very difficult. But they are, I mean, working towards it. That's what the Minister Designate for Energy actually made us know. And I think Japanese or whatever donates about 13 million or something for Tamale.
Yeah.
For their, I think their energy. Energy.
Yeah.
So I think.
But that is a grant.
Yes, that's a grant.
Yeah.
So that means it comes at a cost.
Well,
see,
for the efficiency, they are still on ground.
Yeah.
So let's give them time and let's see what they will do.
Yeah, because for this 1 year, it's like they are exhausting what has been left behind, like what they've left for them. That's what they are working on. So we cannot just, I mean, give them a conclusion just like that.
But do you think that is a good start with what they've started with so far?
Well, I won't say it's too good or too bad, but they are still in a way.
Let's look at, for instance, the Greater Accra Regional Minister. She, even though she haven't been able, but we've seen her make efforts in trying to fix the street light issue. We have a minister before her who didn't make any efforts. So I think in terms of that, well, these ones have been quite efficient than the previous one.
And I hope that they continue.
That is where the problem is.
It shouldn't
the
be
continuation.
Like a 9-day wonder.
A 9-day wonder.
So moving on to the third one, establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials.
Well, with this one, the declaration of assets has been one. I like it. I like it. Even though people think that it should be made public and all that, for that one I don't support. I mean, it's my private property. So if the needed institutions who are charged to know about it knows it, that's it. The ordinary Ghanaian doesn't have
Need
any
to
right.
know.
Why do you want to know about do I know yours?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I feel like Mahama has also set a standard. I mean, the people he appointed, he made them know that you are in power today doesn't mean you'll be there for long. So if they are holding the previous government officials accountable, don't be happy, because when you leave power, you also be held accountable. So you have to put things in place. I feel like.
And so you think the standard has been high enough?
Not really high.
Yeah, but at least.
Not really.
But we still see them throwing benches and chairs in Parliament. So.
That's another issue for another day.
For another day,
But it has been in the news that he says no government officials or ministers should travel with first class flights.
He did.
That is if only they are going to adhere to that.
With all these caution, does it come with a penalty that if you should breach it, this is going to happen to you, or he's just saying it
that
for saying sake?
hasn't been made clear yet as to whether, just like how we saw in the code of conduct, the declaration of the asset, that if you don't declare your assets, you'll be taken out, you'll be fired automatically. That's it. But with this particular one, it hasn't come out with any
clarification
form of penalty or something.
But I feel like if the penalty is attached, it will make you serious, because you know that when you breach it, you are going to face it. So you are ready to do the right thing. But when you say it and there is no penalty, no punishment, when he does it, he knows that at the end of the day, no one will question you or do anything to you. So you can say it with your mouth, but they know behind us nothing is going to happen. So I feel like the penalty side in Japan.
So moving on to the fourth one, hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Yeah, so last week, the national economic dialogue was held. Yeah.
Well, he's trying. I mean, we can't fault him that much. Most of the things that he said he will do, we've seen him take steps on doing that. So because last week, as you mentioned, we saw the National Economic Dialogue being held Tuesday and Wednesday. So yes, that is in good faith. Now we don't just want to see it being held on paper. We want to see it being implemented,
being in action.
Yeah. And I mean, we are talking about right after today, because the implementation will come from their budgeting. So we need to see that it's been taken course of.
So moving on to you have something to say?
Oh no, I just wanted to add that when they say it and then they put it into action, it tells us of how accountable you will be and how transparent you'll be and how well you mean to do what you've promised to do.
Okay. So within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business: E-Levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy.
Okay. So let me see. In his first 90 days, right? So he took office on 7th January.
Yeah.
So 7th February is 1 month. Let's say approximately we are giving him 30 days in there. 7th March, 60 days. Oh, so he can even decide not to scrap it today. We can't do him anything because he hasn't hit his mark. Hey, Charlie. E-Levy able to make you a cracker.
He'll milk you guys small. He'll milk us small. Because it's not up to 120 days.
I think that people are really eager to bash him if he doesn't scrap it today. But we are forgetting that he gave a timeline. And if he hasn't met the timeline yet, we can't hold him accountable to it. So
I saw a video yesterday where people were so eager to say that they would demonstrate if the E-Levy isn't scrapped today. So it looks like the E-Levy and the betting.
If it's not scrapped today, they'll follow my mama to the house.
Who said that?
She's trying to say something.
Oh, okay.
People are so eager. That's the main reason why I can tell you that everyone is glued to their television today because of the E-Levy and the betting tax.
Have you watched Black Stars during the World Cup before? Especially where let's say knockout stages. Some year, was it 2014 or 2010? Ghana versus USA. When the last minute goal came, the way everyone jubilated. I think that's how it's going to be.
Today.
It is to be announced that the E-Levy and the betting, the investors, Ghana Wow.
So moving on to the 6th.
Yeah.
Within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Has he done that?
Yeah, he hasn't done that. But
I think there has been an attempt.
Yeah,
there has been an attempt.
There's been conversation around it.
Oh, okay.
I think last week or last 2 weeks we spoke about one of
Yeah.
So we are looking forward to that.
To scrap some of the taxes as well.
That has really become a tough thing to deal with from that aspect of business. Yes, because the levies are too much.
24 levies
on
24 taxes on just one car. One car I'm bringing into the country. I'm paying 24 taxes.
I've now understood why like prices of vehicles are very high.
Yeah.
You go to ask like vehicle, the price of a vehicle. Your lifetime savings.
Oh yeah,
Your lifetime savings.
Yesterday, a friend of mine was looking for a certain car to buy, RAV4. It was like, yo, bro, Charlie, you go find me one RAV4. Oh yeah, Charlie, no P. So I hit my garage up and the one we had, I sent it to him, and he was like, Chala, go get back to you.
And that's it.
Yeah.
What come back again?
What did I say?
Yeah, I didn't lie. Yeah, 370k. When nothing. Who will eat 3.7 billion?
That's a lot.
I'll buy plots and build a house.
So yeah, if these things are going to be scrapped or be reviewed and something done about it, it will really help.
Yeah.
Really help.
Sure.
Yeah.
So moving on to the 7th one. Commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president.
Okay. Well, but the 24-hour economy, what legal drafting does it need?
I think it needs to be legalized because it should be on paper. It shouldn't just be words.
Okay.
For instance, maybe according to the laws, you are supposed to work for 24 hours. So we have the night shift, the dawn shift, and then the morning shift. So for that one, is that is in the law.
Okay.
It's a rule, so it's constant.
Okay.
So it's not a case that maybe you go to a particular institution, the person will come and tell you that it's not even in the laws of the. It's not by force. It's not mandatory. But here lies the case. We are going to legalize it for the country. So the companies that want to buy into it, you buy into it. Those that are willing to work from Monday and from 24/7, they will be there to do that.
Wow.
And I think drafting it will also guide their steps. Yes. Maybe their policy making or whatever. Because you cannot say they are bringing a 24-hour economy and like I just wake up today. I'm resetting Ghana with a 24-hour economy. Like I have nothing on paper, no plan to show, nothing to guide me. Like you mess up, but when you have it, like you. Just as we are going through, I know Mahama has also his plan on paper. Well, I'm able to do this. He takes it down. Oh no, I'm not able to do this. So how am I going to ensure that I complete this? He marks it somewhere. So drafting it also helps in a way.
I think that we've only looked at one aspect of this 24-hour economy thing.
Okay.
The aspect that every job will have like 3 people, so it's going to help absorb so many people in the employment space. But we are also forgetting that one person can actually do like 3 jobs if they want to. Yes, I mean, I can go to that shift as well and then hit another shift as well. We haven't really looked at that option yet.
Like yourself.
And that's what I'm targeting.
Like yourself. but that would be a burden on yourself.
Why?
But if that's the case, then they will have to lay off some people. Or is that what you're trying to say? If one person can take 3 taxes.
No. What I mean is this.
Assuming you are working in Ghana Talks Radio.
Yeah.
And then maybe in the night.
And the night you go to
another place
to work.
Okay.
Yeah. So you are earning double.
Very tiresome.
See.
For yourself.
Now that you are in your youthful years is when you can work.
But that doesn't mean you should kill yourself.
I'm not going to die. I'm just looking for money.
Money minded.
So let's move on to the 8th social contract. Establish an accelerated exports development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation.
Please read that one to me again.
establish an accelerated exports development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transportation. Transformation. For economic transformation. You know, if we export more, that is when the rate of inflation drops. Yes.
One of the things that I think can really backbone this exportation thing is our roads.
Our roads?
Yes.
How?
Look at the countries around us. Are we saying that whatever we have, they also have some? So they won't need some from us if we should be able to provide them with it. But look at the roads. There are countries, you know, that you can move from where? I think it's from the UK to France in a train. You know that, right?
No.
Really?
A train, yeah.
You can.
A train.
You can do that. You can use train from USA to Canada.
Okay, for that I'm aware.
What train connects Ghana to Togo?
With the train, the
train we have in
they are even
Ghana,
stealing the metals of that
the part of this.
Yes.
Some of these things, we need to look at it from the root cause. Like, if we are looking for economic transformation through exportation, that is what we should be looking at, even before we think about what we are going to export.
Makes sense.
It shouldn't always be about
flying it.
Yes, to USA or our neighboring countries. We can export
because even Nigeria,
to one
I was
another.
told you can pick a vehicle from here to Nigeria.
Here to Nigeria.
And then a vehicle from Nigeria to Ghana.
Yeah, for that one.
So it's true. If
so we
can,
we should be doing these things. We should be doing these things. We should be doing these things.
Bad. Because we have good produce that can be, exported to other countries to sell and stuff. And then the importation is just too much in the country. We import and import to the extent that, hey,
the issue is we have actually refused to work as a country and then to patronize what is locally made here. That is the problem we are facing.
The locally made, it's not we are not patronizing it. We are patronized, but it's very expensive. If you go to art center, common African made.
Yeah.
You see the sleeve Omar is wearing, African made sleeve.
Yeah.
500 cedis.
Yeah. You enter a wooden shop right
but I can actually go and buy that cloth in Accra.
Yes.
For maybe 100 cedis, 2 years or 3 years, 100 cedis.
Yes. And do you realize that? Do you realize that that cloth you are talking about is made from China? Do you realize it? Now, if you go to the markets right now, you pick a Chinese imported cloth or fabric, and then you pick a GTP fabric. Now, ask for the prices.
The GTP is very expensive, and then they'll tell you that that's the quality. The GTP is more like has a high quality than they have a name they call those clothes. The Chinese clothes. They have a name like
is it
high target?
Yes, there is high, but there is another name.
Okay.
That one I almost trying to 2 years. I forgot it. So we've made it too expensive, and then the people they are complaining that it's because of the taxes that have been imposed on the goods. That's why they're also selling it. But you see, we have people from other countries. The next time they come to Ghana and they are living, they want to have like
a Ghanaian something
to show that they've also been in the country. And mind you, when they send that, whether cloth or sandals or what is it, to the other countries, in a way they are also selling or
Ghanaian
advertising.
Culture.
Yes.
Yeah.
But here lies the case: 500 CDs. Why?
That's too much.
It's not good though.
Yeah.
It's not good, class. So we are our own problem.
Sometimes, I mean,
we have refused to patronize Stuff. You know, even if it's expensive, say then as long as it's made in Ghana, we should try.
How can I try? Even your own.
Why don't you eat local rice? Tell me why you don't buy local rice.
Okay,
Why won't you buy local rice?
Let's be fair here.
Okay.
You are going to buy a dress for, let's say, a graduation. How many times do you graduate in a year, or even in a lifetime?
In a lifetime. It depends on what.
Okay.
If you
So let's even use a year. How many times do you graduate in
One.
a year? Exactly. So you are going to buy a graduation dress. The graduation, how many hours does it take?
3
hours.
Approximately.
Props. Okay. So for 3 hours, I should buy a dress for 650 cedis. Whilst I can alternatively get some for about 250. Now, fairly speaking, which one are you going for?
No, but why didn't you go?
Which
No, wait,
one
listen.
are you going for?
This one, they've already sewn it down.
Yeah.
And I'm very sure that the design is different from the common ones you've been seeing in town.
The 600 this year.
Yes.
And
even the fabric.
The 500 clothes I was
Oh
talking
yeah.
about.
So why
It's a
didn't
normal
you?
fabric.
Why didn't you go and buy the fabric and go and give it to your seamstress?
I don't want to go and buy. I mean,
Maybe
I
you
my
might-
pentem.
yeah.
We know seamstresses in Ghana. Oh, about 3 hours. Oh, what they about 5?
So this one is express.
matching.
So express comes with an additional cost. So you can't blame them.
No.
You can't blame them. And then
who
it
even
was worth it.
who advised me to debate a woman? You never win.
Moving on.
Prices are just too much.
Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvement in the sector. I think he has done that.
Yeah.
Right?
Which one?
The ninth one.
Yeah, he has.
I think he has done that.
To the extent that they've even revived this PTA stuff. Parent Teachers Association.
Yeah.
So that they can gather ideas to improve the sector.
Yeah.
And this thing they brought for students also, I mean, concerning the fees.
The survey.
Yeah, the survey and stuff.
And then number 10, implement the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, universities, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, etc.
Okay.
So if you're a first-year student in these universities,
it's free.
University, College of Education, Nursing Training Institution, and any other institution, please, it is free. That is what JM is saying. But hasn't been the case. Because he was sworn into office on 7th January. And first year students went to school in January. And even some of them have paid their school fees even before he was sworn into power.
I'm not
so
sure
I think with that
started
one,
with
they
that.
started that. So let's see the subsequent years if he will do that.
Okay.
So number 11, introduce the following social interventions: free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Center, that is Mahama Cares Fund. Has he done that?
No, he hasn't.
The
done
free tertiary education policy
for
disabilities.
No.
I think all these things, if we are going to hear of them, it might probably be today, if they are going to be captured in the budget. So, let's see.
Yeah, but trust me, when they truly implement this, it will go a long way to help people with disability.
Yeah, sure.
Because most of them are trying.
Yes.
You see, here it's very common to see disabled people on the street begging for alms. But then when I see someone who is disabled and then have this kind of passion to go to school, it's very encouraging.
Okay. So we can see on our screens that the Parliament is set and ready for the hearing of the 2025 budget from the newly appointed Atoforsen Finance Minister. So we will go onto the screens very soon leave you to listen to it, and afterwards we come back to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah.
But what are you expecting to hear, you personally? What are you
For me
expecting to hear?
personally,
Yeah.
with regards to him saying that they are going to be scrapping the
nuisance tax,
the levies and COVID-19, what are they compensating that gap with? Are they going to borrow, or are they going to implement an indirect tax? That is what I want to see.
You want to see, okay.
Because if you are going to scrap this and you keep borrowing, you are going to borrow to complement what was given as revenue.
Yeah.
And I think there was no need for you to scrap that. So
Okay.
personally, that is what I want. If there's going to be an indirect tax, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Debbie.
Yeah, so my expectation is basically on the levies, as we've been saying for some time now.
Yeah.
The E-Levy and the betting tax, and no one imagine that so. whether they are going to scrap it or not. Yes.
Okay.
And we then bring in whether they are going to introduce new taxes or not. That one we are yet to hear from the horse's own mouth.
All right. So we are good to go. Enjoy and stay tuned on Ghana Talks Radio. We will be back shortly after the budget reading.
Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 6. Item 6. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 7th March 2025. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, with respect, none of us on the last row has a copy of the vote sample. No, they haven't uploaded it. It's not on it.
Honorable members, page 8. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 8. For consistency's sake, item 6A, Methodist Girls High School, Mamfi, from Equiapim. Equiapim here has been spelled with an E. However, if you go to page 262, the constituency, Equiapim has been spelled with an I. So I don't know whether it's the I or the E that's the correct. Yeah, just for consistency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office kindly cross-check the correct spelling of Aquapim. Aquapim with regard to the constituency, not the general term Aquapim, the proper spelling of the name of the constituency. Page.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a correct spelling.
Which one is the correct spelling?
An E.
So what about page 2 when it's an I?
The Electoral Commission designated it as an I, but for the school...
I am not interested in the Electoral Commission. I'm interested in the correct spelling.
The correct spelling is an E.
Yes, so
Speaker.
why didn't you draw attention when we're at page 2? When it was spelled with I.
We don't have a copy of it yet. All those here.
That is not a challenge to me. It's a challenge to you. If it is that the whole house have not been given copies, that I can come in. But when some individuals don't have copies, it's not a point of order for Mr. Speaker to interrupt the proceedings. Yes. Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, item number 5II at page 8. The communication from His Excellency the President informing the House that the Honourable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka has been assigned additional ministerial responsibility for national security. Mr. Speaker, the additional has been omitted. It should be inserted so that it doesn't create the impression that this is because he's Minister for the Interior and has been assigned responsibility for national security. The rendition here does not accurately capture that, because it's not a reshuffle if it's not captured accurately. So Right Honourable Speaker, the rendition here does not convey accurately what the communication is, because he's the Minister for Interior and he has been assigned that additional responsibility for national security. So, Mr. Speaker, if the table office can capture the essence more accurately, you don't get that impression here.
Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, what's your authority on this? Is it in the law or in the communication?
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, is from the communication, and Honourable Ministers
have
were
you
copied.
had sight of the communication?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, we were copied.
Whether you were talking or you were laughing, that's not an issue. The issue is, have you had sight of the communication? You are
yes,
sure?
Mr. Speaker.
Because the copy I read did not have any word like additional. The communication is that he's been assigned the responsibility of not additional responsibility. So, Minister, you are out of order. Yes, can we proceed? Yes, Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Oh, Energy and Green Transition.
Mr. Speaker, just a suggestion to you. Probably through you to the table office. It's true that not all of us have had copies of the, not the order paper, the votes and proceedings. Mr. Speaker, under your able leadership, you provided us with very, very beautiful and working computers. So maybe I thought that I could appeal to you if you could direct the table office to make available next time the votes and proceedings on the computer. At least without even the paper copy, we can easily follow on the computer and make comments and suggestions as necessary. Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance and consideration. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the structure we are using as the Chamber of Parliament was constructed in 1964. In spite of all our attempts to modernize it, we are still having serious challenges. And so it's not easy to unload some of the applications we have. Even the electrical connections are also giving us serious problems. It means we have to replace all, including the job 600. And that's quite a colossal sum, which our budget has not been able to take. So we have a lot to unload into your pieces, but we are having challenges. And so we see that we're doing it piecemeal. And I hope in the near future we'll succeed in putting all there so that it will be a paperless parliament. We don't want to be giving you hard copies. It's quite expensive to run such a system. So bear with us. We'll get there sooner than later. Yes, honourable members, can we go to page 9?
That's what we are rather aggregating, and it is exceeding 67 billion.
Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, honourable member. Honourable member, my mic is working. Honourable members, is it the case that your mics have stopped working?
when the Minister of Finance himself went to market, and there's a lady who was complaining bitterly that she went to market.
The singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
My brothers and sisters, it is with tremendous humility that I accept this clear mandate that you, the good people of Ghana, have given me to lead this great nation as your next president.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Asamparabo, 24-hour economy.
Yeah, 1 month of our president, President John Mahama's in office. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. It's good that we have a change, and the whole Ghana is becoming green. We got the country now for the 8 good years past. We are in a cage, like how the food Ghanaians in cage. As if I could, like our former MP, Kennedy Ajapon said it, Ghanaians in a cage. So we are in cage true. So that very day, the Ghana become green.
Me who say, young papa no, or jifu bi osu on nipa ho, odure nipa ho. Esan so bi odure nipa ho no, onu so ya de a ontia nipa fa ho di so. De ha no ma oka, nu ahu de ha na so aboa ho.
His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, signed the social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach, improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Jam is the hope we need. He's the hope.
His 120-day social contract encompasses 26 key initiatives. These include economic reforms, governance standards, prudent expenditure, justice and compensation, policy reviews including education, and the fight against corruption.
As for recovering any loot, it must be on top of the agenda of any government, because corruption bites so hard. This work that I do, the fact that people amass so much wealth and deprive others, that is why we get the kinds of vulnerabilities we see. The link is so direct that if you don't deal with looted items, corruption, we are going nowhere. So we agree with Oral. The Attorney General's Department has specific instruction. I expect the Attorney General to make sure Oral keeps within its legal mandate. Okay, I disagree with people who say it's not constitutional. I disagree. I think that even here, people can come here and report that crimes have happened to them in their homes. Then we take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information. Okay, so the most important thing is that Oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And you know the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things, because they will apply the law. Okay, so just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayene, who many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. As we speak, we are under an IMF program, so it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time, and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape, and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsor.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on the time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment, to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so, and because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff, and within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought in to fire thermal plants. And so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and is going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27% women representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he is pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire, because he values the contribution of women if you go to the vice president's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think it has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the vice president herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country, and it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. You know, the initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, you know, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive. Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
I think the first month of Mame's appointment, I can see his consistency of what he says from campaign till now. That what he's going, the number of ministers he's going to have maintain, and then how he's going to run the country. You can see the setup that is on course.
I believe his appointment is one way to show that he's really serious about the country, because I believe he's giving the youth a chance. Because when you watch the appointment, you can realize, oh, okay, the name, the age range is futuristic. So I believe it's positive.
So far, in terms of their age, perfect. The only thing that I hope that the age will go with competence. You see, it is not always the case that the mere fact that the person is young will be able to perform. We have very young ones who don't know their left from right, just like adults or elderly people who do not know their left from right. So being young is one thing, and being or having the ability to perform is another thing. It's a good thing. Elsewhere, young ones are made to learn at tender age from people who are occupying positions. It does not seem to be the case here. We need to learn, and I believe that those that have been given the opportunity must take a cue to encourage future appointors.
I mean, the appointees are also quite young, which is a good thing, but they're not really young and not informed, because most of them are persons who had worked in the previous administration, and so they have some knowledge that they bring to the table or to the positions. To the extent that they are mostly young, it's also very revealing. I mean, look at the Asante Regional Minister. He has 34 years. The guy has used a lot of wisdom and he speaks well. I think people like that, if they are practical enough, just as they are knowledgeable, we would go far.
President Obama was fully aware of the task ahead. You could see, of course, that having taken power, you see more than you could see when you were in opposition. But he's been very, very clear that you don't need a legion of ministers to get the job done. And when he inaugurated the third batch of ministers, he made it clear that there's no correlation between a large government and delivery, because we saw it in the previous administration. At some point, we had 125 ministers, and yet that was a period where some of the biggest problems this country has ever faced in all sectors occurred.
The agenda to reset Ghana is on course. Committees in charge of reviewing the constitution, education, assessing the state of the economy, investigating election-related killings, and the implementation of other flagship programs have begun work.
For me, I think the consultative approach is very important. You need to engage, you need to listen, and then try and go through the information, try to process the information you receive.
Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Justice. That is the correct designation. May we go on now? Page 14. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, on page 14, item 16 motion, under conclusion of debate, the second sentence, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker will do for the Chair at 16:31 p.m. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker to the Chair. Deputy is missing, if it could be inserted. And the same applies to the next sentence, so consequential amendment to that. Thank you.
Honourable Member, we are grateful. Table office kindly take note. Page 15. Page 16. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. On page 16, item 9I, name number 11. Honorable Professor
Page 16.
Page 16.
Yes.
Number 11. Item 9I. That's Committee of Selection.
Oh, you're talking about item 19, not 9. 19I.
19I. So, I see some inconsistency. In some, I know for the standard in our votes and proceedings, we usually have the title, the professor, coming at the end of the name and in brackets. But in this arrangement, the arrangement is different. Honorable Professor. And I see that again on page, we haven't gotten to page 22, but I have seen that repeated several times.
Page 17. Page 18. Yes, please.
Okay, Senate. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 18. Page 18. Item 11 and 12 has been repeated. Honorable Alfred Ni Koteyashi. It's both at 11 and 12. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn by the chief whips to the fact that there have been some mistakes, errors in the list that was submitted and approved. I think it was on Friday. Yes. And so they are working at it and they will come back to us properly. So we await that. So if you identify some of the issues you are raising now, please kindly hold your peace. We'll get it corrected later on. Please. We'll do that later on. With regard to the composition of the committees, both standing and select committees. So page 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, up to the end of 50 8 will be taken later on. So please, honorable members, hold your peace until they resubmit the proper composition to the House. In the meantime, the committees by law are established. It's only the composition that we're having issues with. The referral will be to the committee, and that is what will happen after the presentation of the budget. Please, with that, we'll take page 59. Page 60. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 29th sitting, dated Friday, 7th March 2025, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 25th February 2025. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, yes?
Mr. Speaker, some minor corrections on column 79, second paragraph, line 8. Line 8. The former president, John Ajekun Kufuor, names are very significant. The second Kufuor was spelled wrongly. It should be Kufuor, not O-U-R. Kufuor. It's a Kufuor. Then the last paragraph, the last sentence, beginning to tend to that concept. Tend is used here, but I suspect the right word should be tend, T-U-R-N, instead of tend, T-E-N-D. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note of that. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on column 75, line 8, the sentence should read, but I want to highlight one important thing that the maker, Mr. Speaker, the article there has been excluded, and I think that it is proper we include that. Still on the same column, line 17. Mr. Speaker, it should read as, I think that apart from the law, the act that was passed by the House, we has been omitted. We should look at the projects. So, Mr. Speaker, the Hazard Department the table should include we there. Mr. Speaker, column 76, paragraph 3. We have, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would want to also suggest that apart from the budgeting offloading of projects, the mistake here is the phrase, the maker of the statement has to be deleted. The maker of the statement has to be deleted and replaced with we, so that it will then read as, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would want to also suggest that apart from the budgetary offloading of projects, we could include in every brochure, ... So that, I think, should be the rendition. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the same paragraph, solve line. I would be able to tell that when I call this investor, the B is excluded and it has to be included in the sentence, be able to, and we'll replace participate with partner. We'll replace participate with partner in the same sentence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, table office, you have to listen to the voice and do the proper thing. Well, this is quite massive, and partner and participate, they are quite different and distinct. So the voice will determine which one to use. Because if you read the standing orders, it talks about it being put in as much as possible is a verbatim reportage of what is said on the floor. Yes, please.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at column 144 of the official report, my contribution to the tribute to the Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the second paragraph at column 144, the word is faith columnists, not feed. So it should be FIFTH. What we have here is FEED. So, Mr. Speaker, if that can be corrected. And then the first paragraph at column 144, Fidel Castro should not belong to that category. It should be put in a different category. So if the corrections could be effected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, kindly take note of that. Yes, honourable members, there be no further corrections. The official report of the 25th February 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we will now move on to the item of the day. I mean the main item of the day, that is item 7, statements. The first statement. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on our today's order paper, item 7, as you rightly call, the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to our standing orders, order 195. 2. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I need guidance and I'll read it. Mr. Speaker.
Please, let's listen to the Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister was, Mr. Speaker, Order 1952. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I need guidance and I read. The budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the Minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the President, and in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, I'm emphasizing on the last part, in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this new standing orders on this 9th Parliament, we haven't determined any form the budget statement will be presented as at now. Mr. Speaker, I have gone to read Order 6, and I have checked on our schedule from Schedule 1 to Schedule 10, and that of Order 6, and I have not been able to understand. And as we stand, Mr. Speaker, as at now, the House has not determined the form the budget is going to be presented. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has to determine the form before he can present any statement. Mr. Speaker, that is my plea, that the House must determine. My application is that the House must determine the form of the budget statement before he reads the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act and its various amendments spell out clearly the budgeting process, the requirements of a budget, what must be contained in it, and etc. And that was a legislation enacted by the same Parliament. And this Parliament acts according to the prescriptions of that legislation. So if there are provisions in the standing orders that recommend that we have a form in which the budget should be presented, the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act, of course, is the parent legislation dealing with financial management and the presentation of budgets. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's an issue here. Let's proceed and take the budget statement from the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the application by the Member of Parliament for Toulon. I have also listened to the Leader of the House responding to the said application. The Leader of the House makes a general submission. The application was anchored on the rules of this House. A mandatory provision in Order 195, there's no may there. It reads, for the avoidance of doubt and at the risk of being repetitive, this is what it says. The budget statement in economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the Minister responsible for finance on behalf of and on the authority of the President, and in the form the House may determine. Yes, wait, look at them. Mr. Speaker, wait, yes. So, yes, wait. Mr. Speaker, they should take it easy. They should take it easy. They should take it easy. This is law. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the reverse logic? Please, for the benefit of our young ones, for the benefits of the young ones, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of procedure. This House is equally guided by its own rules and precedents. Wait a moment. For those who are in a hurry to shout in his agreement, if the law says may determine, is it also the case that in reverse logic, the House may decide not to determine any form? But no, wait. The law is that a budget statement must be presented. But we are saying again that as a House, we may have to determine which form. So, Mr. Speaker, the invitation by the minority, the deputy minority whip, is well founded. He is inviting us as a House to determine, are we going to allow him to make a statement, or we are going to allow him to move a motion? Is it going to be in a form of a motion or in a form of a statement? This is a well-anchored application. Don't use your number to shout to intimidate him. He has made a solid argument. This House has not determined the form in which this item has to be taken. The deputy minority whip is inviting us to set the ground rules. The majority leader got up and referred to PFM Act to say what? He didn't quote the specific provision. The man has made an application under our own rules. You didn't attack him on the rules. You didn't know. You didn't say anything against his application on the rules. Mr. Speaker, as the minister is here, in which form are we going to listen to him? What is he going to make a statement, or he is going to move a motion? Mr. Speaker, this house is being invited to determine this matter. You see, the Supreme Court has had an occasion to give a contextual interpretation where may is placed to mean shall. Yes, it is there. No, come on, Mr. Speaker, even that argument aside, put that argument aside. There's no need for any interpretation of whether may should be shall. The point is that the law provides that we should determine the form. The law says we should determine the form. In this House, there are ways to come here. You come to make a statement, you come to move a motion. What is the minister coming to do? It's for this House to determine. Is he going to move a motion in accordance with Article 179, or he's coming to make a statement? And when he makes the statement, what happens? Is it going to be left with a chairman of a finance committee to now move that this House should debate the statement? Mr. Speaker, this is a solid application, and he should be applauded for what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to rule on this matter. I've heard enough. I think in terms of procedure, the right thing has been done. The order you quoted clearly states the statement of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the government. It says what? The statement. And so what they are bringing to us is a statement. And when statements are admitted, they are presented as statements. Now, when you go to 1952, which you refer to, it says the budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the President. That's first. Second, and in a form the House may determine. Honorable Minority Leader, you are not in a shouting battle. Please. This is the House. The only way the House can determine however you define form is when the statement is presented to you. The House cannot determine this matter outside the House. You can only determine it when you are truly sitting as a House. And this is the House. He's presenting the statement. If you decide that you want a form, you define form in any different manner as you are doing, then this is the time when it is presented, you take this opportunity to determine that form you want, different from the earlier form that we've decided and been practicing. If this is what you want to do, please, the statement must first be presented to you. It has to be presented to the House. And if you may, you determine the form you want it to be presented. That can be part of the debate. But I'm not sure the definition you are putting on the word form. Form. Please go back to your lexicons. To determine the meaning of form. I think the writing is being done. The statement was admitted. It's been properly captured on the order paper as programmed by the business committee, and the minister is here to present the statement to the House. So the minister may do so. So honorable members, honorable minister, just a minute. Honorable members, at the commencement,
yes, Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for your guidance and the proper interpretation of 1952. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Galamsey, for the longest time until I became a Galamsey.
Honourable members, item 7, statements. The budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, and pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and the other paper and the standing orders of the House, Order 1952, and today's order paper, item 7. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, today marks a moment of great significance, and I have the singular honor to stand before this House to present on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, following his extraordinary mandate, the maiden budget of his new administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to His Excellency the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I also submit to this House the following statutory report as required by law. The 2024 annual report on the Petroleum Funds, in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also submit the 2024 Energy Sector Levies Report in accordance with Section 6 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 Annual Report on the collection and utilization of the African Import Union Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Right Honorable Speaker, with this budget, I will also be seeking a review of the following act to support the policies of government aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting inclusive growth. The first will be an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. The second will be the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 870. And the second will be an amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Cocoa Board Act, Act 1984, the PNDC Law 81, as amended. The Speaker, that's not all. I will also be seeking amendment to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ghana Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, as amended in Act 914. Speaker, I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982, and incorporating into a comprehensive public financial management act. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to add that I will also be seeking amendment to the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. So, Speaker, we remain committed to the pursuit of our 24-hour economic policy of stimulating economic growth and job creation. Right Honorable Speaker, this policy will contribute to addressing Ghana's structural economic challenge by creating an integrated, efficient, and increasingly export-driven industrial economy that fulfills the utilization of our national resources, capital, and labor power. Right Honorable Speaker, will be presenting the 24-hour economy policy to Parliament in due course. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, and other accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to stabilize our cedi through foreign exchange and gold reserve accumulation, I will also submit a bill to provide a legal framework for the establishment has shaped my perspective, sharpened my focus, and prepared me for the task at hand. I fully commit to supporting His Excellency the President to fix the economy of Ghana. I take this opportunity to extend my people of Ejumako and Yanesiam, my constituents, and to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House across the aisle for your unwavering support throughout my years in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed House is a century of rigorous debate, principled cooperation, and at times constructive disagreement, all in the pursuit of greater good of our beloved country. I look forward to working with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reset the Ghana's economy through sound policy and structural reforms that will propel our country forward. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time in a nation's history when fundamental challenges must be confronted, difficult choices must be made, and a new course Ghana, the defining moment is now. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama made a commitment to reset Ghana for jobs, accountability, prosperity. The Speaker, as captured in the NDC manifesto, in this regard, the theme of our budget is resetting the economy for Ghana we want. The democratic principles we tirelessly fought for are being held. Our democracy has been consolidated with yet another peaceful transition of power. That notwithstanding, our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividend of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. The Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, or we can embark on a journey of fundamental reforms and transformation, one that resets our economic model, redefines our priorities, honors our social contract, and provides opportunity for all. The Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want together. was preceded by the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025. Through this consensus-building dialogue, the people demanded a decisive action, real solution to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of the true aspirations, felt needs, genuine desires of the people of Ghana, expressed through the engagement with diverse stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading centers, including the Mokola market, to listen to their concerns, gauge their expectations, and elicit their input. Mr. Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, during my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this Act 912 to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction. So, Speaker, President Mohammed's government is committed to the full implementation of this critical legislation. So, Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement with budgetary provisions in the medium-term expenditure framework, and seek parliamentary approval for all multi-year projects as required by law. Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement process and link them to approved budget. We will also respect the limits of the appropriations as approved by Parliament. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcount across the country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention or my focus to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and beset by other fiscal challenges, such as large accumulation of MDRs, energy sector shortfalls, and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, weak commitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, inflation, social protection, and others, as at end 2024, are likely missed. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. So, Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024 from 23.2% in the year 2023 to 23.8% in 2024. So, Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis target for 2024 was a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage point of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage point. Right Honorable Speaker, at the end of December 2024, total central government arrests amounted to 67.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 5.2% of GDP. The Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 21 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, when I assumed office on the 23rd of January 2025, my office was inundated with requests for payment from many contractors and suppliers. To ascertain the total arrests and outstanding payment for all MDAs, the Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDA's outstanding interim payment of invoices worth 49.2 billion and bank transfer advice at the Controller Accountant General worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes 1.73 billion US dollars owed to independent power producers. This 67 billion also excludes 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion US dollars also exclude the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. And Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned by the Ghana Road Fund to various contractors. Right Honorable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is also seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments and guarantee value for money before a penny will be paid. Mr. Speaker, before a penny will be paid, we'll commit to do that arrest. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition to the 67.5 billion cedis in arrests, the validation process also revealed that MDAs have awarded contract to the tune of a minimum 194 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount represents 16.5% of GDP as at the end of 2024, with the road sector again alone accounting for 100 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, most of these contractors and most of these contracts were awarded without commencement certificate and authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is in blatant violation of the Public Financial Management Act 921. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now update you on our debt service obligations. Mr. Speaker, Apart from the huge arrests and commitment, our fiscal situation is further complicated by huge bullet debt service and constrained fiscal financing options. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the government option to finance the budget is limited to only Treasury bill market following the debt restructuring program. Moreover, the forthcoming debt service of both domestic and Eurobond debt obligation will have profound implications for fiscal sustainability and balance of payment. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic debt service alone, programmed for the next 4 years, is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, simply put, the interest and principal payment that will be due for payment beginning now for the next 4 years is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. This represents 11.6% of GDP in domestic debt service obligation alone. The Speaker, of this 150 billion Ghana cedis, 73.3% of this 150 billion Ghana cedis is due for payment in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, 2027 alone, the domestic debt service that will be falling due will be 57.6 billion, and 2028 will be made to call upon to pay 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, the debt service obligation of 2027 and 2028 are major harms. These harms are cancerous and pose significant risks to the economy of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we shall fix it. We shall fix it. Mr. Speaker, our debt service obligation of this financial year is equally burdensome with significant harms. February, we were called upon to pay 9.9 billion. July, we'll be paying 6.2 billion, and August, we'll be paying 10.1 billion, all this year. Right Honorable Speaker, the fiscal challenges are further compounded by the significant short-term Treasury bill that we also inherited. So, Speaker, these obligations, totaling about 111.1 billion Ghana cedis, requires rollover week in, week out, placing additional pressure on cash flows and liquidity requirements. Mr. Speaker, beyond the domestic maturities, Ghana faces significant external debt service obligations for the next 4 years. The next 4 years will be made to call upon to pay $8.7 billion US dollars, representing 10.9% of GDP, with heavy concentration again in the year 2027 and 2028. Again, Mr. Speaker, 55% of this external debt service will be due in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, in the year 2027, we'll be made to pay $2.5 billion US dollars, and 2028, we'll have to again pay $2.4 billion US dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, it seems the debt restructuring undertaken by the previous administration was designed to make 2027 and 2028 debt repayment heavy, sadly. So, Speaker, I don't know how come we sat and allowed that design to happen. So, Speaker, that is cancerous. But I can assure you, we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all this upcoming domestic and external debt service obligation, no buffers were built to cushion this unprecedented debt service burden. Mr. Speaker, as of 7 January 2025, the debt service reserve account, the sinking fund in dollar, has a balance of $64,000 US dollars. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving office, we left behind $319 million US dollars in that same account. Mr. Speaker, the debt service reserve CD account had an amount of 143 million Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the balance was 430 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, I now move you to stalled project. So, Speaker, due to the bilateral creditors' debt restructuring that is ongoing, undertaken by previous administration, a staggering number of 55 projects have been halted. So, Speaker, This leaves a massive amount of $3 billion US dollars in undisbursed loans and about $300 million in outstanding interim payment certificates, IPCs. Some of these projects include the famous Efie Kwanta Hospital, the Kejetia Market Phase 2, the Bogatanga Boko Pomachrome Road, and the Tema Aflawa Road project. Delayed payment and demobilization from site could result in cost overruns of over $1.1 billion US dollars. Right, Honorable Speaker, the IMF-supported program imposed an annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for all bilateral loans that are being restructured. This constraint means that it will take a minimum of 12 years to complete all of this stalled program. So, Speaker, unfortunately, as a result of the debt restructuring, all this stalled program, working with the IMF will take a minimum of 12 years if we decide to go business as usual. We'll be engaging in the coming days to resolve this challenge. So, Speaker, I now take you to the famous energy sector fiscal risk. Mr. Speaker, the increase in energy sector financing shortfall is posing significant risk to the Ghanaian economy. In the year 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with payment of about 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. These resources could have been used for job creation and other development programs, like roads, schools, and hospitals, if the sector inefficiencies were resolved. The Speaker, a recent exercise conducted by the Energy Sector Financing Modeling Team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, ESRP, revealed that the business as usual energy sector financing shortfall has increased significantly to about 35 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025 alone, even after spending in excess of 20 billion cedis in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, the shortfall for the period 2023 to 2026 has been estimated to be about 140 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, this amount is 20 times more than the allocation for goods and service for all MDAs in the year 2025. The Speaker, in addition, the energy sector shortfalls, which relate to current invoices that are largely unpaid legacy arrests due to the independent power producers. So, Speaker, the legacy arrests stood at 1.73 billion US dollars as at end 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector, which has long been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, is sadly on its knees, owing to gross mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the sector faces declining output and financing challenges, characterized by unsustainable debt, rollover cocoa contract risk, and quasi-fiscal expenditures, including cocoa roads, which, Mr. Speaker, is a non-core function of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right, Honorable Speaker, cocoa production has dropped by nearly 50% over the past 3 years. In the year 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 330,000 tons of cocoa to meet its contractual obligation. This sharply decline has affected the finances of Ghana Cocoa Board. This undersupply has been rolled over for subsequent years for the new administration to pay. So, Speaker, these 2023 to 2024 forward sales contracts, locked in at lower prices than the current market rates, have resulted in revenue losses of about 840 million US dollars for both Ghana Cocoa Board and the impoverished cocoa farmer. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rollout cocoa contract has resulted in a loss of 495 million US dollars for the year 2025 alone. So, Speaker, these are the risks in relation to the market price differentials and, as a result, costs causing the smuggling that we see with Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board outstanding debt amount to 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 11.92 billion is due to be paid in the year 2025. Outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $1.3 billion in the year 2024, of which only $4.4 billion has been accounted for in Cocoa Board's finances for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector still struggles even after spending $30.3 billion in the financial sector cleanup exercise by end 2024. This includes 26.9 billion Ghana cedis after spending this amount in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the financial sector is still struggling, and the financial sector will require 10.45 billion Ghana cedis to address the financial sector legacy issues and emerging risk. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis is required to fully capitalize the National Investment Bank and the Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will also update the House on the fiscal performance for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance in the year 2024 was characterized by improved revenue collection, but with significant expenditure overruns. In addition, large arrests were accumulated over the period. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the provisional data shows the following. 1. Primary balance on commitment basis, the key fiscal anchor of the IMF program, worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP at the end of 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% of GDP at the end of the year 2024. This is 4.4 percentage points worse than the target surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, Mr. Speaker, the primary balance was a deficit of 1.2% of GDP against a target of 0.6% of GDP, representing a 100% deviation. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis for 2024 was a deficit of 7.9% of GDP against a target of 4.2% of GDP, while the overall fiscal balance on cash basis was a deficit of 5.2% of GDP against a target of 5.3% of GDP. Total revenue and grant amounted to 186.6 billion Ghana cedis, or 15.9% of GDP, 5.3% above the revised target of 177.2 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.4% of GDP. The performance was mainly driven by higher than programmed oil and gas receipt and higher non-oil tax revenue collection. Total expenditure on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 279.2 billion, or 23.7% of GDP. This is 27.1% above the budget provisions of the year 2024, Mr. Speaker. The primary balance on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 232.4 billion, or 19.8% of GDP. This is 35.3% above the target of 171.7 billion, or 16.8% of GDP. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all expenditure lines exceeded their respective target for the period, except for interest payments, goods and service, and other expenditures. Right Honorable Speaker, the discrepancies for the year 2024 being unclassified expenditure was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis as compared to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, at the end of December 2024, provisional data indicate that gross central government and guaranteed debt was 726.7 billion from 610 billion in 2023. This represents 61.8% of GDP in 2024, compared to 68.7% in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP ratio and the dollar component of our debt that has come down, that has reduced, is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal of Eurobond debt under the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that. Mr. Speaker, Right, Honorable Speaker. It is instructive to note that the debt to GDP that has reduced is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal and interest that were given to Eurobond bondholders. So, Speaker, you may recall that the government commenced the debt restructuring program in the year 2022 to restore debt sustainability and economic stability. As of now, the restructuring process is approximately 93% completed. The remaining 7% relate to debt of $2.7 billion owed to commercial creditors. We are committed to completing the remaining debt restructuring as soon as possible. The Speaker, real sector development in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 shows that overall real GDP growth increase. So, Speaker, at the end of increased to 5.7% in the year 2024. So, Speaker, I take that again. So, Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 show that overall GDP growth grew by 5.7% of GDP in the year 2027, compared to the growth rate of 3.1% recorded over the same period. Mr. Speaker, the key driver of this growth was largely coming from gold mine. So, Speaker, including Galamsey. Including Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey growth cannot be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP grew by 0.6% in the year 2024, compared with the growth rate of 3.6% recorded in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves increased to a stock position of $8.98 billion at the end of 2024, and was enough to cover 4 months of imports, exceeding the target of a floor of 3 months of import cover. At the end of 2024, the currency had depreciated by 19.2% against the US dollars, 17.8% against the British pound, Mr. Speaker, and it had depreciated by 13.7% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, it is what it is. The state of our economy is troubling, but we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we will fix it. But Mr. Speaker, it will require some sacrifices, truthfulness, transparency, and discipline. We will take strong measures to confront the situation head on. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifice must come from all stakeholders, beginning with the government. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President appreciates this and has led the charge by significantly downsizing his government from the Elephant 88 to the Umbrella 60. Mr. Speaker, he has also reduced the number of his government ministries from the Elephant 30 to the Umbrella 23. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contribution to the resetting agenda, organized labor has followed suit by working with government and employers association to agree on a modest 10% increase in base pay and minimum wage for the year 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to express my profound gratitude to organized labor and employers. Mr. Speaker, ordinary Ghanaians have also sacrificed by enduring the negative impact of severe currency depreciation since 2022. hyperinflation, high food inflation, principal and interest haircut, soaring interest rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the people's representative, the members of Parliament, and the judiciary to also follow suit. I would like to call on all other stakeholders, including the business community, faith-based organizations, academia, and civil society to support this national call. So, Speaker, our immediate task is to reset our nation, to restore good governance, reduce the excruciating suffering of our people, and set our country on a trajectory of economic transformation. So, Speaker, our vision is to build a prosperous and a democratic state, anchored on the principles of freedom and justice, providing equal opportunities for all. So, Speaker, through this vision, we will work together to build the Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the resetting agenda will be anchored on the following. 1. Restoring hope in our democracy, renewing trust in public officials, and helping every Ghanaian attain their full potential. Offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. And finally, stimulating demand by patronizing made-in-Ghana goods under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, today I came to this chamber with made-in-Ghana bag, signifying, Mr. Speaker, with made-in-Ghana bag, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first present, Mr. Speaker, they don't know that in Ghana we sew suit. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to first present the government's immediate and strong measures to address the current challenges we are confronted with, followed by the medium-term vision, policy objectives and targets. Right Honorable Speaker, consistent with Section 14 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 911, the fiscal policy objectives of this government is to support the economic transformation agenda to ensure the macroeconomic stability of the country within the macroeconomic and fiscal framework. More specifically, the fiscal policy objective of the government include the following: rationalizing government expenditure and eliminating wasteful expenditures, optimizing domestic revenue mobilization through broadening of tax base, increased non-tax revenue collection, adopting enhanced tax compliance measures, and modernizing the tax administration through digital technology. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the share of domestic expenditure to spur economic growth and job creation. We'll be reducing public debt to sustainable levels and adopting prudent debt management practice to support debt sustainability. Reducing the fiscal deficit progressively in accordance with the amended Fiscal Responsibility Act to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. And Mr. Speaker, restoring confidence in the Ghana economy. Right Honorable Speaker, our approach will be to foster economic growth, accelerate job creation, reduce inflation, and stabilize the cedi. To achieve this, it is crucial that we establish the macroeconomic stability and ensure debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that by prioritizing these fundamental elements, we can cultivate an environment where individuals can prosper and businesses can thrive in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians, through the recent National Economic Dialogue, have expressed a clear desire for fiscal deficit and public debt to be reduced through cuts in government spending rather than through only tax measures. We wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Speaker, going forward, we will tailor our expenditure to align with our fiscal realities. After all, whoever pays off their debt gets rich. So, Speaker, we are poised to implement a three-pronged approach to achieve our objective, beginning with this budget immediately. First will be to recalibrate the fiscal adjustment, and we believe that by prioritizing spending-led fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle. Fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle in a way that first, it will help lower inflation and curb depreciation of the cedi. Secondly, it will lessen government reliance on borrowing, which in turn will reduce the crowding out of private sector and lower interest rates. Lastly, this approach will ease the strain on monetary policy, allowing the central bank some greater flexibility to reduce monetary policy rates, ultimately resulting in lower bank and lending rates. So, Speaker, the second approach will be to deliver shock therapy. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing a form of shock therapy to the economy by making significant spending cuts this year, thereby reducing the government financing needs and front-loading fiscal adjustment. This is the down payment for our policy credibility and creditworthiness. Right Honourable Speaker, our third approach will be to restore fiscal responsibility. By moving forward, we will enhance public financial management by empowering ministers to effectively manage their budget on their own, ensuring strict compliance with the commencement certificate. So, Speaker, we'll be passing and enforcing a revised Fiscal Responsibility Act, and finally, we will enforce the sanction regime for non-compliance of the Public Financial Management Act. So, Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic targets have been set for the year 2025. Overall real GDP growth of at least 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, not less non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, end period inflation rate of 11.9%. Mr. Speaker, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves, including oil funds and encumbered assets, to cover not more than a minimum of 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, to address inflation, government will implement a number of measures to complement the Bank of Ghana and monetary authorities. So, Speaker, the measures to stabilize the exchange rate include the following. We will be establishing the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of accumulation of forex to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana will continue to implement its FX forward auction to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. Government strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit will reduce the pressure on the exchange rate. And, Mr. Speaker, our import substitution drive under the 24-hour economy involving domestic production of key products originally imported will reduce import and related FX requirements, boding well for FX stability. Right Honourable Speaker, we are addressing the inflation problems through a number of measures, including the following. First, specific interventions, including the Agriculture for Economic Transformational Agenda, is expected to increase food production and reduce food inflation. Government will implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utility, to reduce their prices. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing will contribute significantly to reducing inflationary pressures. Right Honourable Speaker, our strategy to improve exchange rate stability will reduce imported inflation and fuel prices. And, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will maintain an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. Right Honorable Speaker, to achieve our expenditure-led fiscal consolidation objectives, we will implement the following measures. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to our expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, the following expenditure measures will be implemented in 2025 and the medium term to support fiscal consolidation agenda. First, we will conduct a comprehensive audit to validate the quantum of arrests and commitment as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory use of blanket purchase order to capture multi-year commitment contracts in line with our medium-term expenditure ceilings will be implemented. We will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement. Mr. Speaker, we will also work with Parliament to amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificate and budgetary provision a prerequisite for all procurement that will be paid by the central government. Mr. Speaker, we will fully integrate GANEPS and GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA's projects and purchase orders that have approved budget and allotment can obtain procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, we will operationalize the compliance desks at the Ministry of Finance to monitor reports on commitment and arrest accumulation. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we will publish a PFM league table for compliance purposes. We will strictly enforce sanctions under the sections 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act for breaches of the PFM Act, specifically those that relate to arrest accumulation and commitment control. Right Honorable Speaker, we will cut waste and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we have selected expenditure items including the Ghana Cares, the USTAT, One District, One Factory for complete elimination. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the functions of development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies and do away with the development authorities. So, Speaker, we will amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to allocate all ABFA resources for infrastructure use, not for goods and services, but for infrastructure use. So, Speaker, the National Health Insurance will receive full allocation under the earmark funds capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, the road fund will receive full allocation under the earmark fund and capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30, we will reduce the JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15% and fully restore transfers to GMPC under the earmark fund and capping alignment act. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll be amending the Mineral Income and Investment Fund Act to ensure that 80% of the royalties originally maintained by MIF is transferred to the Consolidated Fund for Infrastructure Development. Right Honorable Speaker, we will strengthen social protection through the implementation of new interventions such as the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress Initiative. The Speaker, it also includes the free tertiary education for persons with disability, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, otherwise known as Mahama Care, and free sanitary pads for schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, to address the energy sector challenges, including reducing the quantum of large energy sector shortfalls, the following energy sector recovery program interventions will be implemented this year. First, Mr. Speaker, ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering and implementation of private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we will also implement the liquid fuel to gas swap through an increase in N gas supply from 60 mmSC per day to 100 mmSC to take advantage of cheaper gas prices and others. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the IPP capacity renegotiation to generate some savings through negotiated lower fixed capacity charges and variable O&M charges. Mr. Speaker, as agreed with the IMF by the previous administration, we will implement the following ESRP measures to achieve the structural benchmark of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, PURC will continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment to reflect changes in inflation, exchange rate, and generation mix. Mr. Speaker, PURC will also undertake a major tariff adjustment which will be due in fourth quarter of 2025 to reflect capacity charges, additional liquid fuel usage, and additional capex. The weighted average cost of gas will be increased from the current $7.80 per MMBTU to $8.45 to reflect the increased prices of natural gas as well as the changes in the supply mix. Mr. Speaker, the subsidy on weighted average cost of gas granted to some ceramic companies through the discounted industrial development tariff will be reversed. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the revenue measures. Mr. Speaker, in proposing some revenue measures to achieve the 2025 fiscal target for your consideration, I'll first take you to the IMF requirement. Mr. Speaker, this measures is inconsistent with our commitment under the IMF-supported program to observe a non-oil tax revenue effort of 0.6% point of GDP annually as part of the measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization and achieve our debt sustainability target over the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, despite our commitment to increase the non-oil tax revenue by 0.6%, we have programmed the following nuisance taxes for removal in line with our manifesto promise. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the electronic transfer levy, E-Levy, of 1%. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, E-Levy, of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as a Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable income. Right Honorable Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable incomes. In addition, it will support business growth and improve tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the tax refund account has been abused in recent years. In the last 8 years, a study revealed that 29.1 billion Ghana cedis had accrued to the tax refund account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43% of the total accrued amount, being used for tax refund purposes. Mr. Speaker, the study also revealed that 16.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 57% of the total amount accumulated in the tax refund account, was misapplied. Mr. Speaker, which is a total violation of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915, and the Public Financial Management Act. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, there were virtually no tax refund arrests over the period. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, we are reducing the current tax refund ceiling by 2 percentage points from 6% to 4% of total revenue, as defined in Section 69 of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the ceiling on the tax refund from 6% to 4%, Right Honorable Speaker, we have saved the taxpayer 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is enough to close the revenue shortfalls from the removal of the E-Levy and the betting levy. So, Speaker, the E-Levy would have accrued 1.9 billion Ghana cedis, and the betting tax would have accrued 180 million. The two put together is just above 2 billion Ghana cedis. By reducing the tax refund account from 6 to 4, it is enough to remove this tax, and the savings will be provided to take care of social interventions. Mr. Speaker, already we have saved 3.8 billion cedis for 2025 alone from one source, and this is enough to close the gap from the taxes we have removed today. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We have stopped the bleeding. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, with this budget, we will amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. This measure will improve the tax revenue net of tax refund by 2%, representing 0.3% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in line with government policy, the 2025 minimum wage recently negotiated with the National Tripartite Committee will be zero rated. This is consistent with our resolve to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, again, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Sector Levies Act to consolidate the energy debt recovery, the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, and the Sanitation and Pollution Levy into one levy and use the proceeds to cater for energy sector shortfalls and service the inherited debt service obligation. Mr. Speaker, the reset has just begun. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of the energy sector levies, including the Road Fund Levy, Energy Fund Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Public Lighting Levy, and National Electrification Levy will remain to support the achievement of their intended objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana has not sufficiently capitalized on the benefits of its extractive sector to generate revenue to support development and diversification. We have failed to leverage our natural wealth by capturing its rent and channeling it towards productive infrastructure and human capital. Natural resource rent, which is the difference between the revenue of a commodity and the average cost of producing that commodity, is about 14% of GDP in the case of Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, revenue from extractive industry is around 1.5% of GDP only. This is because, as a country, we have failed to fully capture the economic rent of our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, whereas global gold prices have seen some significant increase in recent times, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to increase the Growth and Sustainability Levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause of the special import levy to 2028. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians and this Honorable House will recall that road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. Demand for construction and improvement of road infrastructure continues to increase, even as substantial arrests and claims in the road sector remains. Right, Honorable Speaker, while the annual average collection from road tolls have not been significant compared to its potential, the existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue from tolls to road construction and maintenance. Accordingly, government will work with the stakeholders, including the private sector, to roll out a technology-driven solution to reintroduce road tolls this year as part of the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will also strengthen the legal and regulatory regime for non-tax revenue and enforce the framework to improve service delivery. This will be achieved through the introduction of an overarching non-tax revenue legislation, amendment of existing relevant laws, and the development of a national non-tax revenue strategy and policy. Mr. Speaker, as part of the reforms to improve other non-tax revenue streams, government will explore the operationalization of a regulatory framework for collection, management, and reporting of property rates consistent with our medium-term revenue strategy 2024 to 2027 and the Local Government Act. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the local authorities must be given the opportunity to collect their own property rates. Mr. Speaker, the current compliance rate for SMEs and personal income tax is below 30%, which is extremely low. Government will embark on an aggressive and sustained tax education campaign in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure improved compliance and tax revenue mobilization. We will also institute a quarterly dialogue on tax issues among the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, and the business community to ensure that issues affecting businesses are addressed promptly. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to VAT reforms. Right, Honorable Speaker, we commit to the people of Ghana and this House, the business community, that we will undertake a comprehensive value-added tax reform this year. Mr. Speaker, with the aim to review the current distortions and cascading structure of the value-added tax regime. Ghana's effective rate, VAT rate is about 22%. This is obviously because the 2.5% Get Fund levy, the National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and the COVID levy are well added to the base for a final determination of what is due for VAT purposes. Mr. Speaker, aside the high VAT rate, businesses are not permitted by law to claim their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy, compounding the burden on households. Right, Honorable Speaker, our VAT regime has been distorted and rendered inefficient. It combines both VAT and sales tax principles with a flat rate, standard rate, and levies. We have requested for technical assistance from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF on VAT reforms. It is expected that the IMF mission will commence in April 2025. The recommendations from the Technical Assistance Mission are expected to inform our reform. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. Mr. Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be is for them to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, the parameters will include the following. 1, abolishing the COVID levy. Mr. Speaker, reversing the decoupling of Get Fund and NHIL VAT from VAT. Mr. Mr. Speaker, reducing the effective VAT rate for households and businesses, reversing the VAT flat rate regime, and upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of VAT. Mr. Speaker, will also improve compliance through public education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, I'll now take you to revenue mobilization and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant for 2025 is projected at 223.8 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.2% of GDP, up from 186.5 billion, or 17.4% of GDP. The projection is underpinned by non-oil revenue measures, which are expected to yield at least 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations for the year ending 31st December 2025 is 290,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, budget financing. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the estimate for total revenue and grant and total expenditure, the projected overall balance on commitment basis is a deficit of 43.8 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis is a surplus of 20.3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, overall balance is a deficit of 56.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis is again a surplus of 7.3 billion, equivalent to 0.5% of GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, the cash deficit of 56.9 billion is expected to be financed from both foreign and domestic sources. The total foreign net financing will amount to 21.4 billion Ghana cedis. Foreign financing will include a provision for financing from IMF ECF program disbursed of 720 billion Ghana cedis and the World Bank Development Policy operations of 600 million Ghana cedis. The residual net domestic financing will amount to 36.9 billion, representing 65% of total financing for 2025. This is expected to be sourced from the issuance of debt at the short end of the domestic market and opening of the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, the government will take steps to reopen the domestic bond market to extend the maturity profile. The reopening will be executed cautiously to establish large-size benchmark bonds that will enhance market liquidity. Right Honorable Speaker, further is to reduce the risk on debt portfolio of government, and we will build cash buffers to support effective implementation of the liability management strategy. Mr. Speaker, this will help smoothing the redemption profile and mitigate refinancing risk associated with Ghana's debt portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government in 2025 and the medium term will implement liability management operations to manage the risk embedded in the Eurobond debt profile. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning 2025, we will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to Section 44 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we will be building sufficient buffers in the sinking fund as a landmark reform to manage our public debt. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that following our proactive fiscal management strategy, in our engagement with the market, this management strategy has yielded sufficient dividend. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of January 2025, the NDC government inherited a 91-day Treasury bill rate of 28.19%. Mr. Speaker, just 2 months into this administration, we have successfully reduced this rate to 17.72% as at last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of over 10%. In other words, 1,047 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, similarly, on the 7th January 2024, we inherited a 182-day Treasury bill rate at 28.92%. We have again successfully reduced that rate to 18.97% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. This represents a reduction of 995 basis points in only 2 months. The Speaker, again, on the 7th of January 2025, we inherited a 364-day Treasury bill rate of 30.15%. We have successfully reduced this rate to 19.93% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of 1,022 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, on average, rates have fallen by over 1,000 basis points, signifying a strong investor confidence, crowding in the private sector, reducing the cost of doing business, and overall acceptance of economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama, ultimately laying the groundwork for sustained macroeconomic stability. It has been done already. So, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the key policy intervention to support economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. So, Speaker, the 24-hour economy aimed at stimulating economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each to boost production, promote productivity, and generate well-paying jobs. We will be presenting the policy to Parliament in due course for consideration. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the GIPC Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed to support the 24-hour economy policy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will roll out the implementation of the $10 billion Big Push policy for strategic infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will be established in the course of the year and as soon as possible. So, Speaker, we will stabilize the Ghana cedi and provide stability to the macroeconomy. We will implement an economic transformational agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, export, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, we will complement monetary policy with fiscal and rare sector policies to reduce inflation. Food inflation will be reduced through the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda anchored on our 24-hour economy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake key structural reforms to support inclusive economic growth, fiscal and debt sustainability, sound public financial management, efficient public service delivery, and good governance. The Speaker will restructure the Bank of Ghana to strengthen its independence and operationalize its efficiency mandate. So, Speaker, we will ensure that social protection is adequately catered for in the course of the year. We will use government procurement to drive Made in Ghana agenda to promote production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Right Honorable Speaker, to demonstrate this agenda, as I said, I came to this House with a presentation of a bag proudly made in Ghana by Horseman. Mr. Speaker, this should be encouraged. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning this year, we will formalize the export of Ghanaian labor to other countries. We will ensure a structured and beneficial system for Ghanaian workers seeking employment abroad and create safer legal pathway for them to work in foreign countries whilst protecting their rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce illegal migration, prevent worker exploitation, and maximize the economic benefits of remittance and boost foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to how these resources will be allocated in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the non-academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 292.4 million Ghana cedis to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced resident in certain part of K2 South constituency. Mr. Speaker, the overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of dedicated sources of financing. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved it. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. The overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of a dedicated sources of funding. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved the funding challenges by uncapping the GET fund. Mr. Speaker, this makes available dedicated funding for full financing of free senior secondary school education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Capping and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, the budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion Ghana cedis specifically for financing free secondary education program and other related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, aside the uncapping of GET fund, we have also absorbed the debt service made up of interest and principal from the Dache bond that GET fund contracted. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 564.6 million Ghana cedis for the provision of curriculum-based textbooks covering the following: 1. 4 sets of KG books and workbooks for about 2.8 million learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 4 sets of primary textbooks for about 800,000 learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 9 sets of SHS textbooks for about 540,000 learners. Right Honorable Speaker, under the school feeding program, budgetary provision has been increased from the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis last year to 1.78 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, representing a 33% increase. The allocation for 2025 reflects an increase in feeding costs per meal, per child, from the 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis, representing 33.3%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also allocated 145.5 million Ghana cedis to the capitation grant, up from 84 million Ghana cedis in 2024. This is an increase of 73.4% over the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 203 million Ghana cedis for the payment of teacher training allowances and another 480 million Ghana cedis to nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. An amount of about 10 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this amount is expected to be used for the following: claim payments, essential medicine, vaccine payment, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mr. Speaker, and bridging the USAID financing shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, government will continue to implement reforms and increase budgetary allocation to enhance the implementation of 4 targeted social protection programs, namely National Health Insurance, the LEAP program, the school feeding program, and the capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, under the LEAP program, beneficiaries will be increased from the current 350,000 to 400,000 beginning July 2025. The allocation of 728.8 million Ghana cedis for last year has been increased to 953.5 million Ghana cedis in the year 2025. So, Speaker, we have also uncapped the road fund. An amount of 2.81 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the Ghana Road Fund to be used solely for road maintenance. This represents an increase of 155% over the 2024 allocation of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with our decentralization policy, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth and at the district level to deepen decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, I repeat, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our decentralization policy and objective, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds should be sent directly to the District Assemblies to spur economic growth at the district level and deepen decentralization. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in a stark contrast to what has happened recently at the District Assembly Common Fund, where only 50% of the released amount are sent to the District Assembly for the purposes of running the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for Agriculture for Economic Transformation Program, of which Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkoko Nketenkete are all key components of the program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis as seed fund for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we have also allocated an amount of 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis to the Edumura Program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the National Codes Program. Mr. Speaker, another amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the payment of monthly allowance to all assembly members. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as, Mr. Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as sector-specific policy interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this. Mr. Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as specific sector interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. This is indeed a departure from the norm, where ministers of finance present detailed sectorial performance as part of their budget speech. Mr. Speaker, I believe sector ministers must be made to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the state of the economy, as I have presented, does not reflect an economy that has turned the corner. It reflects an economy in severe distress, burdened with debt repayment harms, mismanagement, and lack of accountability. The budget set Ghana on a path of fiscal responsibility, debt sustainability, macroeconomic stability, and job creation. It is about resetting the economy and restoring hope. Ghanaians reaffirmed their faith in a better future when they actively participated in the National Economic Dialogue on the 3rd and 4th of March 2025. A key outcome of the dialogue was the confirmation that the fundamental problem with our economy is fiscal indiscipline. The NPP administration awarded contracts outside the expenditure framework. They borrowed over and above Ghana's capacity to repay. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's administration will be fiscally disciplined and deliver improved public service to our people in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, we remain steadfast in meeting the IMF program target while restoring Ghana's creditworthiness. We have achieved a lot in a short time, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform we will not waver on that, Mr. Speaker. We have achieved a lot in this short time, and our commitment to reform will not waver. Those who doubt our resolve should not underestimate the determination of the people of Ghana, who will no longer tolerate ineffective governance. Together, we will navigate these turbulent times and emerge stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are making serious progress. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government of 60 ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the E-Levy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the burden tax. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing free tertiary education for all people with disability. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing dedicated source of funding for free secondary education. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap get fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the national health insurance. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reset Ghana. We are delivering. Right, Honorable Speaker, I call on Parliament, the business community, civil society, investors, and all citizens to support the bold reforms outlined in this budget. Together, Mr. Speaker, we have the power to build a resilient economy that will help us tackle the challenges we face as a country. This budget is a foundation upon which we will build a more resilient and equitable society. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about numbers. It is about a blueprint for growth, stability, and opportunity. With unity and determination, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with unity and determination, I repeat, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I invite this House to join hands with us as we work to build the Ghana we want together. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. Idebi Keke.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The Minister for Finance has taken 1 hour 40 minutes to make the statement, and I believe by our standing orders the statement time is ended. We now move on to the commencement of public business. Item 8. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance.
Annual report on the petroleum fund for the 2024 fiscal year.
Honorable members, this refers to 8A Roman 1, and this has been presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. We now move on to 8A Roman 2.
Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2024 fiscal year.
Honorable members, this report is also duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I will now want to hear from the leaders. I saw the minority leader give an indication that he may want to have a word. Yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we have been presented with part 2 of the lamentation series. The part 1, Mr. Speaker, the part 1 was Mahamanomics. The part 2 is Forcenomics. And it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that under the economy that they complain about, the growth was 5.7%. And under the reset economy, the growth is rather going down. You are projecting a 4-point-something growth. That is what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they complain about left us with 4 months of import cover, and they are projecting under reset 3 months. Mr. Speaker, these are the very people who managed the economy up to 2016 and left us with some IPP debts. Today they are telling us that they are coming to renegotiate the very disaster they left us. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are not debating today. We are giving an indication.
Honorable Minority Leader, please be guided by Order 91.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Very, very guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I may read Order 91.
Your statement was that you are not debating today.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are not making comment on it. We are not going to make comment today. 91, Mr. Speaker, when he makes a statement, we are supposed to comment on it.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm saying that we are not going to engineer the comment today. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are not ready. We are ready, but we think they are not ready. So I'm only going to give an indication. Mr. Speaker, let the minority leader enjoy his bona fides for this minute. Just relax, Mr. Speaker.
I only want to draw your attention to the fact that you can only make comments.
Very well.
And the comments not more than 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in commenting on this statement by the Finance Minister, it is clear to all of us in this chamber that today they decided to populate this chamber Mr. Speaker, they populated this chamber with their members only to come.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Finance did not talk about the population of the chamber. So that is not part of the statement of the Minister. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that when the Finance Minister came to present his statement, for the first time after the inauguration, the swearing in, the majority side was heavily populated. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed what we can best describe as an Azar budget. Mr. Speaker, they are all much talked about for 24-hour economy. The president came here, they said it was all ready. The finance minister comes here, and again, the 24-hour economy policy is not included in his budget statement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country have been waiting for this 24-hour economy policy. The minister tells us the policy will be brought later. Hey, Ato, the policy will be brought later. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the jobs they promised the youth of this country was merely an Azam promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no inspiration from this budget. There is no hope in this budget. The repetition of the social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, and then the minister complained that some contracts at the road sector had no commencement certificate. Go to the Chain Homes Road. There is a road construction on the Chain Homes. There is a new road being constructed to the 10 rooms with a new runabout. There is no commencement. We did a search. There is no commencement. There is no PP approval. You are doing, Mr. Speaker, you have started construction.
Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, please, comments. I have given you a privilege. Don't abuse it.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude my comments by saying that whereas the Minister of Finance told us that there will be heavy sanctions against all those who go contrary to the PFM Act. Under his own administration, the Chain Homes Road is being constructed now. A new runabout is being constructed. Meanwhile, there is no commencement certificate. Meanwhile, there is no PPA approval. Mr. Speaker, the sanctions must start with his own ministers. Mr. Speaker, we are ready for our comments. We know they are not ready, but if the minister is going to stay, Mr. Speaker, let us start the comment on this budget statement here and now, because this Azam budget, we cannot allow it to get onto the shelves for Ghanaians to think that there is any hope. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be comment to expose them. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader and I share something in common. We were both assemblymen. And when the Minister of Finance made the unprecedented announcement of a gargantuan sum of money for assemblymen, I saw the gleeful smile on his face. Unfortunately, it will not apply to ex-assemblymen. Mr. Speaker, this clearly is a budget of a government and a party that keeps its promises. Almost every promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama is being fulfilled in less than 120 days. This budget is a budget for Makola women. This budget is a budget for assemblymen. This budget is a budget for girls. This budget, sanitary pads, students, girls, students, sanitary pads, the sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the men on this side have started using sanitary pads. Because the sanitary pads is for the female students. That's why I said girls. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget for school children. They will now get the set of textbooks that they need to study. And peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that delivers solid reforms. And this is a budget that is moving our growth from Galamsey growth to real growth. Mr. Speaker, by the time we finish implementing this budget, and by the time we finish implementing the three that will come after this one, Osunu Beye Nkitikiti. Osunu Beye Nkitikiti. Osunu Nkitikiti. To it, Mr. Speaker, the elephant will become small. Osunibaya Kitikiti.
Majority Leader, the Minister for Finance did not talk about Osunu. So, Osunu is not part of the statement. Please.
Speaker wants to go with this.
That gives hope to Ghanaians. This is a budget that will stabilize the economy. This is a budget that will create jobs for the youth of this country. Because this is a budget that will stabilize the economy and provide the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and create jobs for the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, fishermen, Okada riders, taxi drivers, students, and the energy sector is going to be salvaged by the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Finance for making the statement and to assure my friend, the minority leader, that we are ready to debate their records and our records, and we are ready to demonstrate that the proposals contained in the statement of the Minister of Finance will indeed reset Ghana. Ghana is being reset. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Statement is not to be debated. You are to make comments on the statement. And to guide you, we are going to provide a few things for members because it's a transition. We used to debate budgets by making it a motion. Our standing orders from experience guided us to change it to a statement. And so last budget was a statement. And this one too is a statement. So it's a new field. And you need some guidance as to what to do during the course of that. If not, the Speaker will have a hell of trouble managing the House. So what we intend to do is to exhibit at the foyer budget statements since independence. You can go to the foyer and you get the budget statements since independence. We also have soft copies of handouts of budget statements with the pictures of the various ministers of finance. They will all be on display for you to go and either have a picture view or request for a copy so that you can, at your own leisure, go through it yourselves. There is a viewing session now of what has happened today, and that one too is available as a side attraction. You can go and have access and view it. We believe that this will assist you, and as we do that, we may focus on some of you. And we particularly want to project the excellent inputs that our ladies make on the floor as part of the affirmative action, the law that we passed. So we will give the ladies a priority or place in this feature. So with this, honorable members, I will proceed, since we've not yet done 5 hours, to put a question. And then you decide whether we should adjourn or not. So I'm going to put the question. Honorable members, I will allow the leaders to move the motion. So I will call on the minority leader. The minority leader wants to move the motion for adjournment.
Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that since 7th January, this is the first time the majority is entering this in full. So we can do some 2 more hours of comment before we move the motion for adjournment. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time we are having a full house. So, Mr. Speaker, let's give them the opportunity to comment, especially those who are not regular in this chamber. So, once we are done, we can then move the motion to adjourn the House. Mr. Speaker, that is my humble prayer. I don't know whether they would agree, but if they are in a hurry to go back home, Mr. Speaker, I would therefore move that this House be adjourned to enable them go back home.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader says is a reflection of the constitution of this side. It's testimony to the fact that when they are needed, they will be here. When they are needed, they will be here.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, please, honorable members, The Winneba Choir sings I want to repeat it. I'm sure you didn't hear what I was trying to say. The Winneba Choir sings better than you all. Majority Leader, you may now go.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the minority have withdrawn from participating in the involvement in the development of this country. They started it and then they got the response. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I second the motion for adjournment.
Honorable members, those in favor of the motion for adjournment, say aye. Those against the motion for adjournment, say no. Majority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is rebellion on this side of the House because their leader moved the motion and they are rebelling against their leader. Leader, put your house in order. Watch your back.
Please, that is democracy. They are entitled to disagree, even with their leader. But yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very peaceful caucus. Mr. Speaker, I moved the motion for adjournment for the benefit of the majority. I said to enable them go home and rest. But we are ready to work. So they are right. Then he has seconded, meaning that his people are tired.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House stands adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
the connections and the understanding that together we understand the situation and the problems of this country. What is left is a resolve to come together and to fix it. Implementation is the challenge, but we can only implement as a government if we get the buy-in of the citizens. What I would like to say is that beginning 11th of March, the government will introduce the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. Most of the concerns you've raised, you'll begin to see them in the budget. But don't leave the government alone. We call on you to support the government in educating the public, for the public to understand that the time has come for us to reset and reform the economy. We got to do this together. And so clearly, what I can say is most striking to me, particularly sitting there quietly, is the interconnectedness between the macro group to the private sector to infrastructure to all the other sectors, even to the governance and the corruption subsector, the need for us to do major reforms. And so the solution is there. We know the problems. We know what we have to do to resolve the problems. Let's start the implementation. Wow. And so I will wait for the communique. Then so together, I can use the communique as my Bible going into the preparation of the budget and to make recommendations to Cabinet for adoption and approval. Wonderful. For us to implement.
There are some markets. Some